I'm first, woohoo!
Ha, you got here second? Be quick next time, Pepega.
Hello everyone, how are you? Happy Tuesday, how's it going? I just, re-dyed my hair. Which you can't tell because it's still wet.
Bitch!
80, thank you so much for the hydrate. So how is everyone doing today? It's Wednesday, get it right? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't stream on Wednesdays, so if it were Wednesday, I wouldn't be here right now. Evil Rafis, thank you for redeeming first. Angarashi, thank you for redeeming second. Urkamus, thank you so much for the lurk. Necrotic, oh my gosh, thank you for the raid. I'm assuming that you're not here anymore and you went to sleep. I think you sent me a message about that as well. But thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you? And I think that's me being caught up. Yeah. So how are you guys? What's new? How's life? I was supposed to try and... I dye my hair using henna, which I like to let sit for a very long time. And so I didn't tell anyone that I got Demonologist because I wasn't ready to play, but I forgot. Steam would snitch on me. So they realized, Necrotic realized that I had Demonologist. And so I was planning on trying to finish washing it out of my hair maybe a little bit early, but I wasn't able to play Demonologist today, and I apologize to the people that thought that I was going to play with them. I'm not going to stream it, but I'll probably end up playing with people tomorrow. I am very curious about the game. It seems interesting. It also seems like something that I need to take motion sickness meds for. I haven't played a first-person game in a while. I'm sure that the tolerance I had built up is gone now. Angarashi, welcome back! Oh, you both have it? I think I knew that. It took the place of Phasmophobia. You guys are always playing it seems like. Or it seems like there's people who are always playing it. So it's gotta be good. I'm just very, I don't miss playing games that I need to take motion sickness meds for. I still have my motion sickness bracelets that are just next to my computer at all times. Oh, Demonologist! I got it yesterday, and then Necrotic saw that I had opened it, so he was trying to get me to play with him today, but I was re-dyeing my hair today, so I couldn't. I wasn't willing to put my headphones anywhere near my head. I did not want to get henna on them. I'm actually very impressed because usually every time I dye my hair, I dye my ears orange for like a week. But it doesn't look like that happened today, and I was very sure that it did. Not a fan of that genre, but you're willing to play with the crew. I've noticed that there's a lot of games that I'm not really a fan of, like Call of Duty, but I've really enjoyed playing with you guys, so I figure that regardless of whether or not it ends up being the type of game I like, which I have a feeling that I will like it, just because it's sort of problem solving, which I enjoy, I'll still enjoy playing with you guys. Yeah, did anything else exciting happen today? I don't think I did anything except dye my hair. Went to CVS. Sometimes it's the people and not the game that's fun. I agree. Absolutely. You had a horrid day? I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, it is Tuesday and you hate Tuesdays. Bosch Pro 18, thank you so much for the first time chat, and thank you. I'm glad that it seems to have that effect. Yeah. People tell me that, and I don't understand because no one likes the sound of their own voice, but I'm glad that other people seem to find it soothing. Yeah. She's what I listen to fall asleep. You're not joking! You may listen to me for other reasons as well, like when you're not trying to fall asleep, but you are not joking. You absolutely use my stream to fall asleep. I've accepted my role in Twitch society. Really? I like your voice. Trying to think. No, I've always liked your voice. I think your voice sounds kind. I don't know if that makes any sense whatsoever. But I don't make you fall asleep. Gotcha. Okay. It was funny because right when I started streaming, I would have a bunch of people who'd be like, hey, just so you know, like, I've always fallen asleep to your stream. It's not because you're boring. It's not because you're boring. It's because I like the sound of your voice. You've got a very soothing voice. I don't want you to think that I think you're boring. And I'm like, I get it. You think I'm boring. I get it. It's okay. Exactly. It's just another viewer. Yeah, kind is good. I wish that my voice was deeper because then when it's loud, people would be able to hear me still. Because as it is, when I used to work in bars and stuff, I had this issue where if it was loud, it doesn't matter how loud I scream, my voice is too soft. It does not carry. So during events and stuff, I would end up needing to bring like a notepad to take orders because people wouldn't be able to hear what I was saying. So I wish my voice was deeper for that reason. I just feel like it'd be a lot more convenient. Well, now that I'm streaming and people like the sound of my voice, it's a lot more convenient here, but when I was working in bars and stuff, it was so inconvenient. So, I've made my peace with it now. I think that's pretty standard, Diagoose. Generally, when people are excited, their voice becomes more high-pitched. I know the same thing happens to me, too. Although it's been explained to me that my voice isn't high-pitched, it's soft, and there is a difference. There are people that have much more high-pitched voices than me naturally. Did I like working at the bar? I did and I didn't. I think it's a lot of fun working at bars. Because I was a cocktail waitress, so I was serving alcohol, and people just tend to like no one's upset when you're the one bringing them alcohol. And unlike with food, there's not that much that can go wrong with it most of the time. So generally it's the most fun when it comes to serving. But I also didn't like how impersonal, like, I'm short. I'm only 5'2", so it was constantly getting people who were like towering over me, trying to get into my personal space and intimidate me, and it just, after working as a cocktail waitress for around 3 years, I was tired of it. So yes and no. I miss some aspects of it, and then I don't think I'd go back. Which means that Sammy has only ever heard you at your highest. Because you're always excited when you're talking to Sammy. It's understandable, Sammy's pretty great. Okay, so I'm supposed to do Skyrim today. So that's this one. I was just talking to Colton, my best friend, about Skyrim yesterday. Oh, wait, did I acknowledge? Bosch Pro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, I appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Okay. Yeah, I should probably... just get to the game. Shouldn't procrastinate for too long today. Oh, Bosch Pro. Since you said you like my voice, I'm gonna try and make a point of ending early enough today, because at the end of my streams, if I have time, I like reading out loud from this text-based choose your own adventure story app game that people, and I started doing that because people said that they liked my voice. So if you're still around for that, I'll be curious to know what you think of it, because I've missed the past couple days, so I want to make sure that I have time for it today. The last few nights of this story? It's a really good story. Getting to the game and the best being alive. I love your name. Thank you so much for the first time chat. Welcome in. How are you doing? And getting to the game in under 30 minutes. Yeah, I know. I always procrastinate. I like talking to you guys. Sue me. Okay, you know what? You're right. I'll wait another 6 minutes just because Angarashi made a comment about it. Let me get the music back up. Lethal Ghost on COD, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you? Best being alive? No, I'm not ending. They're making fun of me because normally I have the game that I'm going to play listed from the beginning of my stream, but I like talking to you guys, so I'll just keep talking instead of getting to the game, and there have been times where it'll take me over an hour to get to the game that I want to play because I like talking to you guys. So I was about to get started under 30 minutes into my stream, but no, I'm not. So no, just beginning. Do you like Skyrim? It's not normally an hour, it's normally like 30 minutes. It's not normally quite an hour. It's normally like 45 to 50 minutes. Skyrim, is that a game? It is a game, Erkimus. Yes. Yes, it is. Surprised you haven't heard of it. Considering it's a very popular game, and even me, who wasn't allowed to play video games growing up, I've heard of it. You grew up playing Skyrim religiously? Your internet's bad today? Oh no! You got work tomorrow, so honestly probably will fall asleep. That's good. Sleep is important. Sleep is for the mentally stable. I fully support you taking care of yourself and getting some rest. And by the way, Wood Elf Master Race. You know, when I was picking a race, no one was pitching in on what the best race was. So I think I went with Bethrin or whatever. You've had to reduce me to 360p. Do I just look like a blob of colors? It's probably the best I've ever looked, right? Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Lethal Ghost on COD. Hopefully hanging out here can help turn your day around a little bit. .360p is what my face looked like with the glitch. I just realized my hair is pretty much the same length as my character's was.
Thank you, Daddy.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, welcome in, welcome. I'm honored that you just found me and you already feel like I'm worthy of a sub, so thank you. Where's the Skyrim at? 10 seconds. 10 seconds and then I'll be able to start playing. Is this my natural hair? No, I actually just re-dyed my hair, like, right before. My hair, I am naturally a, dark blonde, but I use henna to dye it red. Texture-wise, though, yes. 160p. Nice. You didn't know that, Archimus? I've showed pictures of me back when I was a blonde. Do you guys want to see pictures of me as a blonde? Alright, hang on, let me find them. And I do want to emphasize dark blonde. Nowadays, one of the reasons I started dyeing my hair red is because it is still blonde, but it's so dark that a lot of people think I'm a brunette. And I have nothing against brunettes, but I have this thing where it's like, I'm not a brunette. And if you look at each individual strand, it's definitely not brunette. And I don't know why the mislabeling just gets on my nerves, so I'd rather just dye my hair red, which I think I look better as a redhead anyways. It's funny because when I first started dyeing my hair, my mom cried because she really didn't want me to dye my hair. And then during quarantine, I was like, I'm not around anyone anyway, so I may as well try growing out my natural color to see how it looks. And she was like, no, don't do it. I changed my mind. You look so much better as a redhead. You look so much better as a redhead. This one has a filter, so it's not a great picture. Why are you being weird? Shut up, Mom. You don't even know what you're talking about. No. She's right. I definitely do look better as a redhead. It makes my eyes pop. Alright, I feel like that's the best picture that I could find on short notice. I used to have like a whole list of them, but I don't know where they are. Well, this is my high school graduation. Me as a blonde. I hope that yeah. I could try and find better pictures. Not that I dislike that picture. But yeah, there's it's gotten darker. That's it's gotten darker since then. But I agree. Well, that was many years ago. I still had my baby fat. I was 18. Yeah. I think my face has changed a lot since then. Okay. Well, it has now been over 30 minutes, so I can start the game now, right? No more sass?
Hydrate, bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate. Deadly pizza? Type exclamation point pokey start. You're playing DVD, so go for the hour. I think I'm okay. Just chatting stream. Rage Quit Pat, hello, welcome in. How are you? You'll leave the Pokemon alone for now. That's fair.
I feel better already.
What's wrong, dear friend? You seem
The fever.
distracted today.
My body burns.
Oh, well,
Pain is so great.
to be honest, I was thinking of Nazim. The gap.
Popping in before bed. Well, thank you for stopping by. It's good to see you.
So self-absorbed.
If you don't mind me saying so, Alam, your husband is a damn fool. Any moment spent thinking about him is a moment wasted.
Maybe Nazim's obsession has merit. This civil war seems so big, so unceasing. I'm afraid, Danica. Afraid for us all.
Now, my friend, you must look on the bright side. If soldiers storm the city, there's a good chance your husband may get killed.
Oh, you are terrible. You do know that, right?
So sick. Can hardly stand it.
Looking for my husband, Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs himself these days.
Okay, so what?
I feel better already.
Oh, you didn't leave yet. You're gonna say goodnight. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just got this overlay thing that's supposed to make it so your guys' chats will appear for a little bit on my screen, so I'm not constantly going back and forth. But I'm not used to it being there, so I keep looking anyways. Hop to bed, wanted to say hi. Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Sweet dreams. Get some rest. Think you fixed your internet? Yay, that's exciting! That's what Nazim meant as the Cloud District of the Jarl's Booty. That makes sense.
Lady, could you spare a coin?
Your children, your very lives.
Hi there. It's since she died. My
I already asked her this on accident.
and threw me out. Said I wasn't good for anything.
Money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me want to dribble dribble, you know, riding in my Fiat.
Welcome in, Mr. Kennedy. Your cat, Grimmer, is here to lurk with you. Aw. Well, tell your cat I say hi. I've always wanted a cat. I think you did a really good job. It was really cool. Actually, so Rage Quit Pat recently did this where he created like wrestling characters that wrestled in for a bunch of different female streamers, and it was really cool. The commentary was you did a very good job with the commentary. It sounded like an actual wrestling match. Wrestling? Mixed professional wrestling? I don't know. Yeah, it was super good. It was a lot of fun to watch. I was in a streamer study group, and so all of us stopped our streamer studying to watch. What am I wanting to do right now? I'm wanting to go and get that thing appraised. I'm featured? Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Doesn't matter that you'll probably die. Damn it. Okay, I have things to sell still, so I shouldn't leave yet.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going to run an inn someday.
You can get outside the walls, but the rest of the world won't be loaded in.
You need to leave.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. Yorland
You need to
Greymane's
leave.
got that honor. Man's steel is legendary. All I ask
Welcome
is
to
a fair
War
chance.
Maidens. Now you, my girl, have definitely come to the right place.
Why is he saying I have to leave?
The finest weapons and armor. Looking to protect yourself or deal?
Finished your 60-day push. You have auto approval for your emotes, and now your followers have emotes too, so now you should have more. Yay!
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
No more daily streams. You can actually live a life again and see people in real life. Woo! Wait, what's IRL? I don't understand this word you speak of.
Good doing business with you. You need to leave.
Why?
Leave or be removed.
Why?
You need to leave.
Can someone please explain this to me?
You need to leave. You need to leave.
Did I do something to piss him off?
Be removed. You need to leave.
I don't think so. I haven't stolen from anyone.
You need to leave. You need to leave.
There once was a time where you didn't hear voices in your head and moving pictures on your screen.
Leave or be removed.
It is dark out.
You need to leave.
Here's closing time. Chaotic Taco! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the first time chat.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with his voice.
That cake is moving.
Shouted him apart.
You can do a wait to be in shops again? Well, I need to find a different shop anyways.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Now I remember. You're that new member of the Companions. So, you what? Fetch the mead?
I'm so tempted to attack him. What a condescending dick. How do I wait? So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So I want to wait 9 hours?
Spare coin.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. Watch what you're doing! You look rather pale. Could be ataxia. It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil. Ah, so you're an alchemist then? Ah, so you're an alchemist then?
She said I'm pale, which means that I have a disease? Great. Well, I have a disease potion that I might just take. If you put buckets over the NPC's head, you can steal entire shops and homes. Wait, really? How do I put a bucket over their head? Wouldn't they just take it off? They can't. You can also quick save, punch them, and quick load to refresh their shop inventory.
Ah, so you're an alchemist then? Why? Because I'm a proud citizen of the Empire? Because the Stormcloaks only want Nords in Skyrim? The Stormcloaks can rot in oblivion for all I care. I've lived in this city for 20 years. 20! Of a sort. I don't have formal training in the Restoration School, but something just as good. Within these walls, I have all that I need to brew a potion for nearly any ailment. If I had a septum for every case of rock joint or whitbane I've cured since I opened this shop, I'd be a rich woman indeed.
A septum? Is that money? Because when I think septum, I think, you know, that bone in the nose.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense? Smart woman. Now, come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine, of course.
In each of us, the future of Skyrim.
I ain't done
the future of Tamriel.
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun.
There it is, friends. The ultimate. We are the children of man.
You tried
I
mercenary
work
work?
with my mother. Sell
might
fruits
suit
and
you.
vegetables. It's fun most days. Hard work.
I don't think I will ever get to a point where I can reliably find my way around this place.
It's not easy being a woman in Skyrim, I know. But stay strong, and men will come to respect you, and maybe even fear you.
There's a house you can run into and glitch under the map.
I miss the days when the Greymanes and Battleborns got along. Ever since the war started, we've been at each other's throats.
I work with my mother. Sell fruits and vegetables. It's fun most days. Hard work.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd even buy one of your relatives if you're looking to sell. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Damn. Okay, nice. Have a good night, Ingarashi. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Hydrate, bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do my best. Is there a point to me keeping these? Probably not, right? I want to find a box somewhere where I could just leave all of my crap, because I don't really want to sell this stuff, but at the same time, I don't know if I really have a choice in the matter. Staff of Sparks is the one that...
Welcome to Bellathor's. Take a look. Isn't it obvious? Why, the wonderful weather and hospitable people, of course. Not to mention my great fondness for dragons and petty political power struggles. But without a doubt, the most compelling feature of this frozen wasteland is the volley of inane questions leveled at me on a regular basis. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. Isn't it obvious? Why, the wonderful weather and
That's not the one that I meant to...
But without a doubt, the most interesting, to say the least. What with all that's been going on. On the one hand, supplies are harder to come by since fewer traders are traveling the roads these days. But on the other, the scarcity of supplies has led to some, well, elevated prices. All that matters is that I have what you need, and it's worth every septum.
When he says septum, I think of septum.
Remember, I'll give you the best deals or die trying.
Amethyst Afton, hello, welcome in. How are you?
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days? Everyone is obsessed with death.
I work for Bellathor. You tried mercenary work? It might suit you. Sometimes I miss the soldier's life, but when I hold my daughter in my arms, I know I made the right choice. If you find that sword, please bring it to me.
Poetry and romance. I love a good sword fight as much as the next man. But there's more to life.
Today, Mama?
I'm afraid not, little fairy. Fruit has
How are you, Amethyst? Okay, ads, I hear ya.
Need a horse? Talk to my father, Skolvar.
This need something? Unlike the rest of my family, I've got work to do.
Got the fleetest steeds. A gal like you needs a war horse, I reckon. Suppose so. Got one all saddled if you've got the coin. You've got a deal. It's the one with the saddle.
Can I name my horse?
Sold my last one. Pretty sure I sold it to you.
What is... Retrieve Nettlebane. I don't think... That's a far one. That is also a far one. Cloudy, hello! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. You know what, I'll just add all of these to my map to figure out which ones I want to do. Thank you for the first time chat, Dumb Space Potato and Cloudy.
I love you!
Thank you so much for the follow. I love your name. Dumb Space Potato, I love that. You can travel between cities with a horse carriage? Good to know. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. I feel like part of grinding is going to be... is me traveling and fighting things, though. It's probably worth... yeah, it's probably worth it.
Hydrate, bitch!
I don't want to join the Imperial Legion yet. I'll visit the shrine. I'll do these ones. Thank you for the hydrate, and also thank you for the follow, and thank you for coming in on the raid. I fully support you taking care of yourself and getting some rest. You do you. Good luck with school tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Health is important.
Bitch! I love you!
Oh! Thank you so much for the follow! I appreciate you. Here, I'll follow you back. I thought I recognized your name from somewhere. I didn't realize we weren't following each other. Yeah, of course. Thank you. So, when I was talking to my best friend yesterday about this game, I was like, I accidentally killed my horse, and I didn't even have a chance to name it because there isn't a stable master, and apparently that's the only way to name the horse, so it's just Ted's horse. And he was like, oh, you need to get yourself a horse that doesn't die. Apparently that's a thing. Are you guys gonna attack me?
Never should have come here.
Oh, yes you are. feel like at this point it's not really stealing, is it? You are also gonna go to bed, have work tomorrow, but have a lovely stream. Thank you! I hope so as well. Good luck with work tomorrow. Get some rest. Sweet dreams. Thank you again for the follow and the raid. My outfit today is very hot. Well, thank you. It's just a tank top. Honeycomb, yay! Oh. Pickpocket increased to 17. Woo! At some point I feel like, for my reading, since y'all like listening to my voice, I could just read these books. What do you guys think? Nice. So it's not really stealing if it's from bandit to a killed, right? Could I go and try and sell this horse? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, ah, ah.
you what. You start running so I can step.
Yeah. Well, do you think there's more of them coming? Where did my horse go? Huh. I don't know where my horse is. Guys, is there a way to find my horse? I guess I'll just take this stolen horse. White Claw Tower discovered.
They always have to fight back. Now ain't this a surprise? Is someone there? Over here. Enough. This ends now. Now I remember. You're that new member of the Companions. So, you what? Fetch the mead?
So rude. Glorious farm discovered.
Thinking of expanding the herb garden. Make room for some new plants I'm planting.
That should be all right. How much space were you planning?
Oh, half the field should do.
Half the field? What could need half the field?
I just think pollinating would be easier if I could do a lot of plants at once.
Why don't we talk about this later?
and befuddled. Stuck here. Stuck! My mother, my poor mother. Oh, poor Cicero is stuck. Can't you see? I was transporting my dear, sweet mother. Well, not her. Her corpse. She's quite dead. I'm taking Mother to a new home, a new crypt, but... Ah! Wagon wheel! Damnedest wagon wheel! It broke. Don't you see?
Okay.
Oh! Oh, yes! Yes, the
This guy has creeped me out.
certainly help. Go to the farm, the Lorius farm, just over there off the road. Talk to Lorius. He has tools. He can help me, but he won't. He refuses.
Why?
Convince Lorius to fix my wheel. Do that, and poor Cicero will reward you with coin. Gleamy, shiny coin.
What is up with this dude? Alright, my stolen horse has abandoned me. Where'd they go?
You need something? Talk to my husband. Vantis Lorius. Or just Lorius, if it's all the same to you.
Oh, for the love of Mara, what now? That Cicero feller? Tell me something I don't know. Crazy fool's already asked me about 5 times. Seems he's not satisfied with my answer. Why can't he just leave us alone? Pay me? You think this is about money? Have you seen the man? He's completely out of his head. A jester here in Skyrim? Ain't been a merry man in these parts for 100 years.
So?
He's transporting some giant box. Says it's a coffin, and he's going to bury his mother. Mother, my eye. You could have anything in there. War contraband, weapons, skooma. Ain't no way I'm getting involved in any of that. Well, there is something. There's a guard patrols the road that crazy jester is on. He passes by pretty often. You could report the fool. You know, say he's done something against the law. That will at least get rid of him for me. What do you say? Fine, suit yourself. But you're wrong anyway. Just
I agree, but I'm not gonna make something up.
damn well guilty of something. I thought we talked enough. Unless you've reconsidered my offer. That Cicero needs sorting. Look, Yes, you're right. Feller might be nutters, might not. But fact is, he needs help. I turned him away. What kind of a man am I, huh? Look, thanks. And I'm sorry for my unneighborly reaction. If you talk to Cicero, you be sure to tell him I'll be down to help soon.
Great.
Poor mother. Her new home seems so very far. You did? He has? Oh, stranger! You have made Cicero so happy.
I should have reported him.
Jubilant and ecstatic, but more, even more, my mother thanks you. Here for your troubles, shiny, clinky gold. A few coins for your kind deed, and thank you again.
Not bad.
I will wait for Lorius. Oh yes, Mother and I will wait right here until he fixes our wheel.
You need something? Well, all right then.
Well, what's over there? Nope. One day I will become strong enough to fight giants, but today is not this day. Whoa, that killed me so fast. Oh, and I haven't saved in a while. Well, this way I get my horse back.
Got the gal like you needs a... Suppose so. Got one of... You've got a deal. It's the one with the saddle. None of them... Now the horse I got for sale is 7 years old. But we've taken to calling her Queen Alfsiger. Or just Allie for short. I expect you can name her anything you like, once she's yours. Ride strong.
So how do I name her? Shit. Akari, you can take those prices and eat them. We found our own source of skooma now. The real stuff, not that watered down third-hand trash you've been selling. And don't even think of ratting us out. One word to the guard and I'll make sure they know that seer of yours is really up to. Fuck. Yay! Nice. Thank you, guys. These are the ones that I already looted, right? Yeah. Okay, well... I would like to sell that horse, but I know it's not going to let me take it somewhere. So that would be convenient.
Is someone there? I'm getting out of here. Enough of this. Come on.
Oh, poor Cicero is stuck. Can't you see? I was transporting my...
Rode straight into a bandit place. Yeah, I actually knew about that one.
She's quite dead.
I rode there in my last life and died and forgot to save. I'm trying to... Blue Pirate, do you know if this guy is guilty?
Oh, yes! Yes, the kindly stranger can certainly help. Go to the farm, the Lorius farm, just over there off the road.
That guy will lead you to a long-ass quest.
He has tools. He
I
can
mean, in my last life he didn't. In my last life, it was literally like...
convince Lorius to
Why are you...
do that.
Can you stop doing that, camera?
Reward you with coin. Gleamy, shiny coin.
So he's not bad then.
You need something? Talk to my husband. Vantis Lorius. Or just Lorius, if it's all the same to you.
Oh, for the love of Mara, what now? That Cicero fella? Huh, tell me something I don't know. Crazy fool's already asked me about 5 times. Seems he's not satisfied with my answer. Why can't he just leave us alone? Pay me? You think this is about money? Have you seen the man? He's completely out of his head. A jester here in Skyrim? Ain't been a merry man in these parts for 100 years. And he's transporting some giant box. Says it's a coffin, and he's going to bury his mother. Mother, my eye. You could have anything in there. War contraband, weapons, skooma. Ain't no way I'm getting involved in any of that. Well, there is something. There's a guard patrols the road that crazy jester is on. He passes by pretty often. You could report the fool. You know, say he's done something against the law. That will at least get rid of him for me. What do you say? Fine, suit yourself. But you're wrong anyway. Just look at the fool. I don't know what it is, but he's damn well guilty of something.
I mean, everyone's guilty of something.
I thought we talked enough. Unless you've reconsidered my offer. that Cicero needs sorting. Look, Yes, you're right. Feller might be nutters, might not. But fact is, he needs help. I turned him away. What kind of a man am I, huh? Look, thanks. And I'm sorry for my unneighborly reaction. If you talk to Cicero, you be sure to tell him I'll be down to help soon.
Well, I hope that he's not bad.
Poor mother! Her new home seems so very far. You did? He has? Oh, stranger! You have made Cicero so happy, so jubilant and ecstatic, but more, even more, my mother thanks you. Here for your troubles.
He is so creepy.
Gold, a few coins for your kind deed, and thank you again.
I need to get a sound alert for that one. Thank you for the stretch. That was necessary. Oh, safe. He's so snowy. Diesel, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you doing today? Are you a fan of Skyrim?
I don't know who you think I am, and I don't care. Leave me alone.
I don't have time for this foolishness. Now come along quietly, and we won't have to get rough. Brother, I think she's telling the truth.
I'm not going anywhere. Now back off before I do something drastic.
She doesn't have the scar. What? Oh, you're right. We've made a mistake. Now move along before that mouth of yours gets you into trouble.
Next time you're looking to pester someone, make sure it's the right person. Foreigners. What a nuisance. They thought I was some other Red Guard woman. They just wouldn't leave me alone. I hope they get lost in the wilderness.
Interesting. Right, okay, I knew your name looked familiar. Yeah, yeah, Goose Goose Duck. That was a lot of fun. How are you doing today? Anything new?
Good afternoon. We're looking for information about a woman, a foreigner in these lands. She's a Red Guard, like us. We believe she may be hiding in Whiterun, but we're checking
Are they looking for me?
We're looking for information about a woman. A foreign. We believe she may be hiding in Whiterun. We're looking for information about... We believe she may be hiding in Whiterun. But we're checking everywhere to be sure. Farewell. What do you need? We're looking for information about a woman.
I don't have a scar. Wait, why did Crew ban you from his server? What happened? Was there drama that happened that I wasn't aware of? That doesn't overly surprise me. Sounds actually just like me. Oh, you use insult humor. Huh. Nightgate Inn discovered. I also use insult humor. But I never noticed either. Did you reach out to him and try and apologize?
What do you want? The beds and beer are both lousy, you ask me. You see any other inns around here? Where else would I go to drink? Sure, walk away. I wasn't talking or anything.
You weren't.
Hello there, traveler. Come to the Nightgate for food or lodging? This old place? Been here forever. Built by my great-granddad.
He blocked you?
Run by him, then all the way up the line to me.
Huh. Well, that seems a bit extreme. I'm sorry to hear that.
Nah, not so much. The odd traveler on the road. But mostly just old full-time. Come to drink away a lifetime of bad memories, I'd wager. Of course, there's the orc. Long-term tenant, that one. For what he pays, I could afford to shut this place down. Him? Oh, name's, Balablob, or, Malaklob, one of them funny orc names. Talks real good, though. Not a savage at all. Said he's a writer. Don't know what kind of job that is, but it must earn him some pretty coin. He's paid up for the next few months. He mostly just hangs about. Goes down to the lake, sometimes samples the stores of wine in the cellar. Man can do whatever he pleases, as far as I care. Let's sate that appetite, hmm? I heard tell of a lad in Windhelm. Aventus Aretino. They say he's been doing the Black Sacrament, trying to contact the Dark Brotherhood. Damn fool.
It's fine, I don't care too much. She was nice to hang out with, but guess your personalities don't match well. That's very, mature of you. Don't hold anything against him. I hope the rest of your night goes well. Yeah, get some rest. Sweet dreams. Thank you for hanging out and saying hi. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Do you ever want a game or anything? Will do. Normally I'm not the one that reaches out to people about Goose Goose Duck, but I'll try and remember that you wanted an invite next time we all try to get together for some games. Okay.
People say there's someone in Riften that can change your face.
Mm.
Make you look completely different. Do you believe that? Seen enough magic in my day to know to stay away from it. I'd stay away from the Jarl's Wizard and Dawnstar, too. If you want to be a damn fool, go to the college in Winterhold instead. Anything you need, just holler.
Is the orc here? What is this? Oh, it's just a fox. I thought it was a wolf. I was like, alright. Time for some XP. The wolf had gold, huh? You're not a true Skyrim player if you haven't scaled a mountain on horseback? Right, my horse can apparently scale near vertical surfaces. I forgot about that. Will I eventually be able to find a flying mount? Jeez, this is impressive. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna save here. Damn. Yes, you can have a flying mount. Okay, I'm looking forward to those days. Although, I probably won't actually use it, considering I'm trying to travel around by foot so that I can get XP from people attacking me and stuff. Horse be like, you better give me a goddamn barn full of hay for climbing that shit. Yeah, probably. It's on the other side of that peak, too. Thank you. Yeah. Alright, I'm very close. I didn't even fall that far. You guys saw that, right? It wasn't even that far. He's had enough. You fucking climb. I mean, I died too. Lingo Box, thank you for the first time chat. Well, that's Skyrim. You can plunge down 20 meters and just be fine, and then you hit your foot on a rock and die 3 times. That does seem fairly accurate for what just happened. The game just crashed. That's fun. Yay. Fortunately, I saved. PC. Take this opportunity to turn my volume up. Aww. Pelagriz, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? Thank you for the first time chat. How's your day going? I'm scaling a mountain on horseback for the first time because apparently I could have just gone around, but I'm not a true Skyrim player if I don't do it on horseback at least once. Come on. almost down. Woo! Made it down safely. Did I hear about that Skyrim GPT AI mod? No, what is that? I'm very new to gaming in general, so just assume I haven't heard of things. Shrine of Azura discovered. Now I'm a real Skyrim player? Whoa, what just happened? Am I inside the stairs right now? Now I'm a real Skyrim player. Hell yes. This is all I wanted since I started streaming. To be a real Skyrim player. Probably should have started playing Skyrim sooner to make this happen, but lit. Welcome to the Nerdyville. Thank you, thank you. I feel very honored to be here. Saw it on YouTube, but I don't know if there's a mod of it already. Craziest mod so far, kind of scary too. Basically what it is you play Skyrim and can have full-on conversations with the NPCs. Like real conversations? That is a little... I mean, that sounds kind of sick.
Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you.
I think it was curiosity. Or a horse. A horse led me here. Call it what you want. Destiny, fate, a horse. Who gets the reference?
Azura has
Oh, like out loud.
A foresight. I had a vision of you walking
Huh.
the steps to this altar long before you were born. You have been chosen to be her champion. I know it is unexpected, but do not worry. It will all unfold as she has predicted. You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night. It is cryptic, I know, but Azura's signs are never wrong. I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter. She is the goddess of dawn and dusk. Azura sees into the twilight of the future and guides her followers through it.
I spaced out.
She is the goddess of dawn and dusk. Azura sees into the twilight of the future and guides her followers through it. My people, the Dunmer, built it. We fled from Morrowind after Vardenfell erupted, almost 200 years ago. Those of us who were faithful to Azura were given a vision that led us away from the island before the worst came. This shrine is our thanks to her, that none will forget that she watches over us all. Yes, there were others at first, but Azura's visions tested everyone's faith. One by one, they left, afraid to know their own future. But I refuse to abandon the shrine. The visions are a gift. Azura warns me of tragedy, war, death, before it happens. I won't leave her guidance. Twilight, guide your path.
Interesting. Okay.
We are children of the Twilight.
I missed things.
Who are to be guided from the darkness into the light, and from the light into darkness.
AI generated NPC conversations. The dialogues are endless. They modified the AI to the NPC's characters, traits, and lore too. Wow, that sounds so cool. Imagine finally telling off Nazim. I haven't experienced him enough. I just know that he's a snob. I'm itching to try it as soon as it comes out. It'll be a whole another experience. Definitely. Is it gonna be free, or where would you get it? I would imagine it would be kind of pricey for that kind of coding. Lordos, hello, welcome in, welcome in. First time visitor and commenter. Wow. First time, huh? I mean, I swear there's someone else who comes in who has the same name color as you and same name as you and visits fairly regularly. Do you recommend this streamer? But wait, why aren't you being security in here? Well, I'm not paying for one. You must be thinking of my twin. He has a filthy orange name. The only difference being the color, just like the twin from Avatar: The Last Airbender. The only difference is the hat. As you can see, I am the superior color, light green. Or bright green. Well, like I was saying, I feel like the person with your name that comes in all the time that's apparently your twin had an orange name yesterday and then got mad and changed it. Back. Don't apologize. You've got a job and a life. I encourage you to be responsible, and thank you for hanging out in your spare time. Just encountered our host a little earlier. So, so considering you just encountered the host a little bit earlier, would you recommend the host? Did my horse just abandon me for once? Yo, aren't you normally super brave? You work security IRL at a popular strip mall near a local college? Cool! Yeah, that sounds like your twin brother. Apparently he watches pool streamers. I, on the other hand, watch gaming and Magium streamers. Nazim's notorious as the most hated NPC in Skyrim fandom, next to the main character. Next to a main character who you'll soon meet in the main quest. In my attempt to grind, I'm actually avoiding the main quest. I want to level up a little bit more. Come on, horse. I believe in you. Wow, you jumped that. Conjuration increased to 31. Nice. Are there other lootable items around here? Thank you, Palagriz. I appreciate you. That's Skyrim for you. Tons of side quests you can do before the main one. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to level up as much as possible. I'm not a huge fan of dying in games where I have to remember to save because I always forget to save. In case y'all haven't noticed yet. By the way, if you guys want to help me out, I have a command to help remind me to save. The most satisfying thing in Skyrim is to let Nazim annoy you. Quick save, then kill Nazim. It seems like he's a main character. Will it, like, fuck up my game if I... So he is a main character and it will fuck up my save, or fuck up my game if I kill him and then don't. Because he needs to be there. What's got you rolling? You know, apparently I've learned during my last Skyrim stream that apparently the aurora lights are formed from are actually solar radiation leaking through the atmosphere. It's not a main character, just a really annoying one? Gotcha. Never played the Skyrim games, except for ESO, what's that? One time I was trying to listen to a quest giver and Nazim talked about his farm all up in your ear. Realjet, hello, welcome in, how are you? What's this? Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. Oh. You responded by killing him, finding his arm, then burning it to the ground? Nice. You went for the evil playthrough, I see.
Guess it's all clear now.
There's been word of some trouble nearby. I'm on my way to investigate. I probably shouldn't tell everyone who asks. This is important business, you know. No, I think I've got this one. Thanks, though. There's been word of some trouble nearby. I'm on my way to investigate. There's been word of some trouble nearby.
Alright, fine. I'm good, Realjet. Thank you for asking. What is Inigo, Palagriz? Oh, Inigo. My bad. Ah, that is really pretty. I do plan on playing the game without mods for the first time. But then again, I don't, if someone were to recommend A mod? You think that's Spanish or French? So you're saying I should play the game in French? Or Spanish?
Hail, Samana. Conjure me up a warm bed, would you? Everything on trouble?
Señorita? One of the best follower mods in Skyrim, a Khajiit with epic programming. Oui, oui. You're switching up languages here. So, the mod is just to get a follower?
Bitch! I love you!
Kat, thank you so much for the follow! How are you doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. I like how sometimes my horse is more badass than I am, and other times it's just like, fuck this, I'm out. I'll go wait over here. Not a e-follower? Stillborn Cave. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you? Yes, you had me at Khajiit. Yes. I'm glad. You think he has something against furries? What? Oh, you mean my horse. My horse is a girl, remember? Oh, I don't know if you were here, actually. When I asked what the horse's name was, they said they named it Allie. But I could name it whatever I want. Uh-oh. He calls Lydia dumb and trolls Nazim. What more can you ever want? I don't know who Lydia is yet. I wasn't here. This is my first time on the stream. Really? So did your twin brother. Or your twin. Tell you about me? Oh shit. Oh shit, 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 shit. Yep. Nope, too strong. Mr. Savage, hello, welcome in.
Hydrate, bitch!
I take it I'm poisoned? I don't know, he was telling me I was watching a streamer one time and she got drunk on stream and started telling him he watches pool streamers, but he didn't tell me the name of said streamer. I was busy studying for a test on philosophy, so I wasn't paying attention to him. She got drunk on stream. Okay, well, I don't think that's actually true, because I've only gotten drunk on stream one time. And now people keep bugging me to. I did take one shot, which got me tipsy. And I believe you're the one that said that you watch pool streamers. Level up equals instant HP recovery. Do I have the ability to level up right now? Oh, yay! Oh. Yay! You tend to use it as a hacks move if in a tough boss fight? That's a good idea. Thank you for the tip.
You there, traveler! Over here! That's close enough. Never should have come here! Ah! I'll gut you like a horker!
Whoa, 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 hi!
Oh, but I will have your blood!
Yeah, fuck off, mate.
I'm a gamer. I can game.
Ah!
Oh, fuck!
So those guys weren't furry at all, so I don't think that's what my horse has against. You only follow one guy streamer who plays Overwatch, me, a Korean ASMR streamer who has never shown their face, and some YouTuber who I've never been on when he streams. So you always miss them. Why do you follow them then? You gotta find ways to train up. Makes sense. I will say I tried your hand at streaming, but you didn't have the tech for it because you're too poor. So when I started streaming, I only had a laptop. Like, that's actually what I'm reading on. A shitty laptop that didn't even have a graphics card, and it was terrible. I was not prepared. I was lucky, though. Someone gifted me a PC. But yeah, you don't need good tech. But I would recommend better than a laptop. Off to bed, Blue Pirate. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a good night, sweet dreams. You used to stream, but not on Twitch. More or less a TikTok guy nowadays, anyways. I am so bad about TikTok. You liked it, but your PC? I didn't even realize you could stream on Facebook. I didn't realize there was a audience for that, but it makes sense. Whoa. What just happened? The fuck? Someone explain why my screen just went purple. Sanguinary vampires? Progresses to vampirism. Does this mean that if I don't treat this, I'll become a vampire? Let's see, when is the end of your watch? Quitting time, yay for graveyard shifts. Oh, I used to work graveyard at a casino. And my friends were the security guards there. But someone please answer me. If I don't do anything about this, will I become a vampire? And is this worth doing? Is becoming a vampire cool? But you believe it makes you weak or something? Okay, well then I should probably treat this, huh? Do I have something? Was this considered a disease? I think I'd rather be a werewolf than a vampire. cool. You think it just gives me bad debuffs unless you take the Dawn Guard questline and actually become a vampire? Might stream again though. You bought a PS5. Well, if you do, let me know. Here, I will follow you, so if I ever see that you're streaming, I'll lurk. You would actually choose werewolf, heal yourself and the others, then destroy the vampires as a human? That wouldn't be through Twitch. Well, then I'm still following you anyways. Oh well.
Bitch! I love you!
Oh, Pelagriz, thank you so much for the follow. Fort Kostov discovered. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh shit. Ha.
I knew it!
Thank you so much for the follow. Deuces, are you leaving? If so, have a really good rest of your day or night or whatever it is, wherever you are. Well, no. Graveyard ending shift, so have a good morning. Do I like this game or Resident Evil games? I think it really depends what I'm in the mood for. I like this game, and especially now that I'm getting past the learning curve, because I found it rather, it wasn't very user-friendly at the beginning, since I didn't really explain a lot of things. So once I'm getting used to it, I'm enjoying this game more. I was really enjoying Resident Evil 2 last night. It's, I hated Resident Evil 0 though, so it's hard for me to confirm that that's the one that I liked. No! I think that I should come back here. Should level up a little bit more. I feel like streaming and playing a game that takes away from the whole scary vibe of the game. I feel like streaming and playing a game like that takes away from the whole scary vibe of the game. Like, it'd be scarier to play soloing a dark room with at full blast. See, I don't handle horror very well, so I kind of need you guys to be there with me in order to help me deal with the horror. And there's also the fact that you guys are able to trigger jump scares and stuff. You dumbass, why did you... So that's my second horse that died. I like scary stories. I find them very interesting. I'm just not able to deal. But I also, I don't know. I feel like it's entertaining watching me get scared easy. Oh shit. How did I get farther away? Your friend posted a close friends only story with her traditional outfit, so my mind got paused there for a while. Well, no worries. You do you. I miss my horse. Come on. Woo! Read every Garfield book, huh? In a small notebook where you cut out the Garfield comic strip from the newspapers and make...
I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here.
Huh.
A letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh? Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Interesting.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Where's my... It didn't give me a received thing. said, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sidgeir, and I have the honor of being the Jarl of the proud and ancient city of Falkreath. The fame of your exploits across Skyrim has brought you to my attention. If you are interested in becoming a Thane of Falkreath Hold, I invite you to speak to me the next time you are in Falkreath. Aside from the honor that accrues the title, my Thanes are entitled to a personal housecarl. I also can tell you privately that a choice parcel of land in Falkreath would be available for your purchase should your services provide useful to me. I look forward to meeting you in person. I remain Jarl Sidgeir of Falkreath. I don't think I've done anything of note yet. I joined the companions. That's pretty much it. Winterhold discovered, yay!
I'm sorry, could you describe the smell?
Like some horrible monster.
The
was
mages
turned
don't let us go
inside
into
out
college.
and then exploded.
They said it's not safe.
What did you do?
It was a minor miscalculation. I've already corrected it for future experiments.
Aster says his paw says the
This
college
is why
makes
people
lots
have
of
a
bad
problem
things
with your
happen.
college,
But the mages I've seen look nice.
How long are we gonna let Ranmir drink himself into a stupor? When will
Unless you're
enough be
bringing...
enough?
I'm just trying to
As
have
long
a
as he
quiet
keeps paying
drink
us,
here,
suppose.
alright?
Keeps to himself.
There's not
and his
many
Uber.
people left in Winterhold.
Ranmir beg a
So
drink
I
from
have
you
Aster
yet?
to play with.
That's gold
And
weight.
sometimes
He owes this tavern enough coin to burn it down, build it back up, then burn it down again just for laughs. He's had some troubles in his life, but I can't have him drinking here without at least paying back some of the coin he owes. Go right ahead. He just might be sober enough to listen to you. You mean the inn or Winterhold? Suppose it's the same answer either way. Winterhold's fallen on hard times, to say the least. Most folk packed up and left years ago. A few of us are either too stubborn or too crazy to go, so we do our best to make a living. It's not much, but we get by. Very little money passes through Winterhold anymore. But if there's one thing you can count on, it's folks needing a drink now and then. Until next time. Oh,
If there's
sure of
anything
that?
you need,
I think Birna
just
might
let me know.
disagree with you.
The mages are up in the college. You can ask them if they'll let you in. Then again, Nelikar might know. He's an old-timer from the college, but he has a room here. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
I could just straight up eat a sack of flour.
I'm afraid there's not much to be said. Winterhold.
Did I run into Tyrant? I don't think so. I ran into a couple of liquors, though. Oh, maybe.
He doesn't have much, but could certainly use the...
It wasn't, I mean, they didn't call it Tyrant to me, but it was that dude that was really fucked up right before the kid. Right after the kid.
Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. That's right. College of Winterhold, just north of town. Hard to miss. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Unless you're bringing... I'm just trying to have a quiet drink here, all right? Who are you to say what I should do? I'll pay her back when I'm ready.
That's enough to burn it down twice. Burn it down, build it, and that's...
And I told you I'd pay it when I'm good and ready. Calm down there, friend. I'll pay. Tell Harren that she'll have her gold.
Just say the word if you need a drink or something to eat. We may not have as much to offer as Whiterun or Solitude. Thank you. He's not a bad man, just bad with his coins and his drink. My husband Dagger could tell you stories there. I have a couple of Ranmir's things that he traded to us back when he was still paying regularly. I say you've earned them. All right, then.
The mages don't let us go in the college. They said it's not safe in there. Huh? Aster says his paw says the college makes lots of bad things happen. But the mages I've seen look nice.
Now here's a woman I'm glad to see.
If there's anything you need, just let me know. Oh. Are we running low on mead?
No.
I
even
don't deal with
Ranmir
any
can
college
drink so
applicants
much.
these days.
Let's
My
just
days
keep
at the
an eye
college
on
are long
this.
behind me, but I prefer to stay close by.
I suppose that's a benefit to have
Who sent
so
you?
few customers.
Was it the college? The Jarl? We agreed there would be no more questions. You're working with the Daedra? Right. Now tell me the one about the Argonian maid and the lusty baron. Until next time.
Is persuasion speech?
Dagor and I have an understanding. He gives me privacy, and I make sure my experiments don't blow spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them. No. Gods no, not for years. I left Winterhold for some time, and returned to stay here at the inn. I still have research that keeps me busy, and being here in Winterhold ensures I have access to former colleagues. Who sent you? Was it the college? The Jarl? We agreed there would be no more question. You're working with the Daedra? Right. Now tell me the one about the Argonian maid and the lusty bat. A few coins for my soul.
Achievement unlocked, Snake Tongue.
What do you know about soul gems? They are, except the gem is always consumed. They're frail, except for one. Azura's Star, a Daedric artifact that allows any number of souls to pass through it. Some of us wanted to find out how. I was working under Malin Varen then. If only we knew what he was really planning. Malin wanted to alter the star. He was dying, disease. He thought he could store his own soul inside, become immortal. It drove him mad. Students started dying. Eventually, the college exiled him. He took a few loyal disciples to Ilinalta's Deep and vanished. Look, I don't care who asked you to find the star, but don't take it back to Azura. The Daedra are evil. They're the reason Malin went insane. I mentioned how the star is a soul gem, only it never gets depleted. There's another rule the artifact follows. You can only store white souls in the star belonging to the lesser creatures. Azura's magic won't allow black souls to enter it. As a mortal, Malin's soul was black, so part of his work was breaking past Azura's rules. He was close before. Well, I already told you. Azura is no ordinary Daedra. She commands an entire realm inside of Oblivion. The more Malin worked on the star, the more she was able to damn him. It started slowly at first. Malin would see things that weren't there. Then he would yell at students over words they hadn't said. Then one day I walked in and Malin had killed a student, and in a horrific moment of inspiration, he started using her soul for his work. The college would agree with you, but do you have any idea how many innocent lives were cut short just so Azura could have revenge? We're nothing to the Daedra. Pawns to move around, praise and punish as they see fit.
Their family's business, remember? You're the one that told me to stay out of it.
Until next time. I told you what you wanted to know. What else could you want?
The Book of Daedra. That seems relevant right now. Azura, whose sphere is dusk and dawn, the magic in between realms of twilight, known as Moonshadow, Mother of the Rose, and Queen of the Night Sky. Both Aya, whose sphere is deceit and conspiracy, and the secret plots of murder, assassination, treason, and unlawful overthrow of authority. Clavicious Vial, whose sphere is granting of power and wishes through the ritual and invocations and pact. Hermaeus Mora, whose sphere is scrying of the tides of fate in the past and future, is read in the stars and heavens, and in whose dominion are the treasures of knowledge and memory. Hircine, whose sphere is the hunt, the sport of Daedra and the great game, the chase known as the huntsman and the father of man-beasts. Malakath, whose sphere is the patronage of the spurned and ostracized, the keeper of the sworn oath and the bloody curse. Maroon's Dagon, whose sphere is destruction, change, revolution, energy, and ambition. Mephala, whose sphere is obscured to mortals, known by the names web spinner, spinner, and spider, whose only consistent theme seems to be interference in the affairs of mortals for her amusement. Meridia, whose sphere is obscured to mortals, who is associated with the energies of living things. Especially marked as special interest under the heading Malakath, who you find reference to Scourge, blessed by Malakath and dedicated to the use of mortals. In short, the reference suggests that any Daedra attempting to invoke the weapon's powers will be expelled into the void streams of oblivion. Of the legendary artifacts of Daedra, many are well known, like Azura's Star and Sheogorath's Wabbajack. Others are less well known, like the Scourge, Makon's Hammer, Bane of Daedra. Yet, though Malakath blessed Scourge to be potent against his Daedra kin, he thought not that it should fall into Daedra hands, than to serve as a tool for private war among Qatif and Forsaken. Thus did Malakath curse the device, such that, should any dark kin seek to invoke its powers, that a void should open and swallow that Daedra, and purge him into Oblivion's void streams, from thence to a path find back to the real and unreal worlds in the full order of time. I know that sometimes just picking up books
I don't deal with any college applicants these days, so don't bother asking.
Have you ever heard of Mount and Blade Bannerlord? I have not. What is that?
Take care if you're venturing too far from town. That's a bitter wind coming off the Sea of Ghosts. No lollygagging.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll?
Oh, Inhale air, exhale flame. Do I know these? Voice soothes wild beasts who lose their desire to fight or flee. Oh, are these the words that I learn? Badass. So badass. Oh, can I only have one familiar or summon at once?
This doesn't look good. Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Have you ever heard of Mount and Blade Bannerlord? I have not.
Cross the bridge at your own peril. The way is dangerous, and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry. Oh, forgive me. Most who arrive here do so because they have heard of the college beforehand. This is the College of Winterhold, a safe haven for mages in Skyrim, a place of wisdom and arcane knowledge. I am here to assist those seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here? Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find within? Ah, the immortal plane. It is said to be the source of all magic. This is a noble goal, indeed. It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college? Not just anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. A small test, if you will. No, I'm afraid I don't know anything of the sort. Excellent. The Mage Light spell is useful to any mage, not just those specializing in alteration. Can you cast one on the seal on the ground? No? Well, if you think you're capable of it, then I'd be happy to provide it to you for a mere 30 gold. Or you can try your luck with one of the court wizards around Skyrim. They also sell spells. Here you are. Now I'm anxious to see you cast it. The college is an asset to Skyrim, even if it goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Well done indeed. I think you'll be a superb addition to the college. Welcome, apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master wizard. Please, follow me.
I need to use the restroom. Oh, you did type things, but I was so zoned in. You basically start off as some single guy in a huge open map with lords and kings, and you choose your background story and edit your character's look. Then as you roam around the open world, you level up and you can choose whether you want to forge your own kingdom or join a faction as a mercenary or an actual member of that faction. Or you can choose to live a life of banditry and rob merchants and villagers. You have to buy food and feed yourself and pay your own way. Eventually you get an army, people, and fight in battlefields. That's just the end of... That's just... That's the gist of it. The end. Nice. That sounds like a lot of fun. What's it called again? Mount and Blade Bannerlord. I'm adding it to my list. What do you play it on? I don't know. You can YouTube it one day on PC? What do you mean YouTube? Do you want me to start streaming on YouTube? Okay, I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to be right back. Actually, if I want to read, I should end soon. So, I'll be right back, and then I will finish this part of the quest, and then I will, switch over to reading. So yeah, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I'm going to follow this chick across the way. Thank you.
Much knowledge lies within the college's walls. Winterhold's glory days may lie behind it, but the college lives on.
You are new here, are you not? We have not spoken. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Savos Arin, Archmage of the College of Winterhold. I am quite content to see nearly any aspect of magic explored and investigated here. But I do not and will not approve of any research or experiments that cause purposeful harm to your fellow members of the college. Are we clear? Not often, no. Some risks must be taken to be sure. I am simply trying to avoid untimely deaths. We also must make an effort to avoid worsening what Skyrim thinks of us. I've seen documents dating back to the late Second Era. Beyond that, it's hard to say. Events in the last several hundred years resulted in a significant loss of our history, I'm afraid. Not often, no. Some risk. We also must make an effort to avoid worsening the Great Collapse, as it has come to be known. An unfortunate natural disaster that ravaged the area. The college fared far better than the city of Winterhold, but it was not left untouched. No one is sure of the cause. Some believe the eruption of Red Mountain had far-reaching consequences that were only felt years later. I know there are some who have blamed the college, said that we were responsible. I assure you this is not the case.
Don't belong to you.
Whoa!
Come on.
What the fuck?
Winterhold's glory days may lie behind it, but the college lives on. The college is an asset to Skyrim, even if it goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Much knowledge lies within the college's walls.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. What'd I do?
No matter what, the college will endure.
Yeah, what happened? I have no idea. That was bullshit. Alright, so, once again, for the people... Oh wait, I missed things. You can, like, assign governors to castles and cities you take over, build a family, you can, You have brothers and sisters and children, your kids get older, so does your character. She can permanently die, and you can play as the next of kin. If you get captured, you can choose to ransom you or kill you if they hate you enough. Get married, have a wife too, but first, do you have to start as a guy? Yeah, seriously. What? And that? Why was it in the middle of a conversation too? That was so rude. Yeah, weird. Alright, well, I'm going to take a quick break to set things up for Magium, and then I'm going to try and read for a little bit. So, yeah. For the people who don't know what this is, I'll explain it when I get back. Yeah, I'll see y'all soon. Hang tight. Alright, I'm back. So, for the people who have not been here before, you know that, or for the people who've been here before know that the way I do this, I like to record everything separately so I can upload it to YouTube separately. So I'm going to act as if I am starting the stream over and greet everyone, and then I'm going to, Mike, hello, welcome. And then I'm going to act as if I'm starting the stream over by greeting everyone, and then I'm going to and then I'm going to explain a little bit more what exactly this is. So, without further ado, I will start the recording now. Hi everyone, I'm Lady Teddy. I'm going to be reading to you guys from Magium, which is a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app that is free on both Android and iOS, and I highly recommend it. There's a lot of different paths that you can play and read through for yourself. Oh, Mike, thank you so much for the bits. I'm so glad that you like this so much. Currently we are in the middle of chapter 6 of book 2. If anyone doesn't want to play it for yourself and would like to know what's going on, all of my previous readings are on YouTube in a Magium playlist, so you can check them out there. I know that this is in the middle of the story, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. And I know that a lot of people like just listening and falling asleep or relaxing, so that is totally fine. There's no pressure. It is choose your own adventure, so we're doing a good, smart playthrough. So if it's a good or a smart choice, I will generally make the decision for everyone. You didn't ruin my intro at all. My intro is always a mess. By the time I start reading, it's the end of my stream and I'm always pretty spacey. If it's just a general dialogue or path that's not good or smart, I will generally allow you guys to help me make the decision, so I will read out what the different options are and then give y'all about a minute. If no one says anything, I will make the choice. If people do pitch in, I will go with whatever the majority of you guys are wanting. So, without further ado, here I go. And I do have all sound alerts turned off, so I wouldn't recommend redeeming anything with the intent of making loud noises, because I want this to be relaxing. Can y'all see it? Where did we leave off? They got out of this arena, life or death arena. Now they agreed to kill the king of Allendor for this Stillwater girl named Melindra. And currently they're going to buy... They're like stocking up on stuff as they're preparing to leave to go on this adventure. I decide to buy the more expensive crossbow. I don't have any other ranged attacks, so I shouldn't be thinking about saving money here. Quality is much more important. Mr. Kennedy, hello! Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work I go. Good morning and good evening. Good luck at work. Drive safely. Once we're done buying, I decided to buy the more expensive crossbow. I don't have any other ranged attack, so I shouldn't be thinking about saving money here. Quality is much more important. Once we're done buying what we need, I put my new crossbow inside my backpack, and then Darren and I exit the shop, heading directly for the middle of the marketplace. As we walk, I suddenly remember that there was something else I needed to buy here while I'm still in town. So I tell Darren to go ahead, and I go to enter the potions shop. Barry? Flower asks as she sees me enter the building. Didn't you go to buy some weapons? Yeah, I say. But I remembered that I also had something to buy from here. What are you buying? Flower asks. An anti-poison elixir, I say, a little embarrassed. Flower's eyes turn blue and Aluna just stares at me for a few seconds without saying anything. Remember to also get an anti-disease elixir while you're at it, Aluna says finally. They are more expensive than anti-poison ones, and they only work for certain easily curable illnesses. But still, it would be rather pathetic if you were to die from some Varathian disease after having survived the tournament for so long. It's actually one of them Mandela effects because it's actually hi ho, and it's not actually off to work we go. Wait, what do you mean? Have I been remembering this song from my childhood wrong my entire life? What's a Mandela effect? I feel like I should know this. Right? I paid the shopkeeper 10 coppers for the anti-poison elixir and a silver coin for the anti-disease elixir, and then I drink them both while I'm still inside the shop. Aluna does the same for all the potions she's bought, and then we both exit the building, heading towards the middle of the marketplace where Hadrick and Darren were waiting for us. As we approach them, I notice that the two of them are in the middle of a rather heated debate about who would be the winner in a duel between Azarius, between Azarius, the Sage of the West, and Telmac, the Sage of the North. Listen, Hadrick tells Darren as we get closer, I know that Azarius can cast a lot of spells. That's not the point. What I'm saying is that in terms of raw power, Telmac is way above the Sage of the West. Plus, he's an earth elementalist. What use are a bunch of spells when he's just going to crush you between two huge layers of rock? It's actually not that way. It's not hi ho, it's off to work we go. I mean, don't they say both? Hey ho, it's home from work we go. Hadrick, Darren says, I get that you're trying to take Telmac's side because he's a dwarf, and that's just not how things work in a magic duel. You can't win a fight through raw power alone. You need to have some versatility. As a generalist, Azarius can use spells of many different types, which makes his attacks a lot more unpredictable. Specialists will always be at a disadvantage when fighting against generalists for this reason. That's why I tried my best to master both enchantment and white magic during my lifetime. Limiting myself to one specialization would have given me far less options when fighting against other trained mages. Raxid, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. How are you doing today? My whole life I thought it was off to work we go, and I always wondered why dwarves were working so much. Oh, come on, Hadrick says. It's not like Telmac can only cast earth magic. You've seen him at the last year's stage contest. He can cast lightning magic too, and a whole bunch of other spells. Yes, Darren says, basic spells. I never saw him cast any complex spells but outside of his own specialization. Doesn't matter if they're simple spells, Hadrick says. He can just use his huge energy to boost them and they'll be just as strong as the more complex spells. That would be a waste of magical energy, Darren says. There's a reason why more complex versions of the basic spells were invented. It's because they're cost effective. Why would Telemac care about cost? Hadrick says. He has plenty of energy to spare. It's not like we've ever seen him run out of energy in a duel before. Hell, as far as we know, his magical regeneration abilities may well be high enough that he can gain his energy back before he even has a chance to spend it. Ugh, Darren says. Barry, can you believe this guy? He's actually trying to make a case that Azarius would lose in a fight against Telemac. He does have a point though. I mean, Azarius is pretty old. Yeah, I honestly couldn't imagine Azarius ever losing in a fair fight. I'm inclined to go with this one, but if anyone would like to weigh in, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make the choice for us. I'll give y'all about a minute. Doing okay, had a science test and you did well. Congratulations! Awesome! In this world, there's a bunch of... He uses voice to text. Yes, all hail the magic sealing water. So in this world, there's like 4 continents plus Varathia, which is where they are right now. And on the main continent, so the northern, western, eastern, southern continent, they all have sages that win this tournament against all of the other... It basically means that they're the strongest mage on that continent. And so they're arguing whether Telemac, who is very powerful and has a lot of magical energy, would win against Azarius, who has less magical energy, but he's a generalist, which means he knows a lot of different complex spells. And Azarius has won for like the last 10 or 15 years or something like that. So he is older, but he has a lot more experience and a lot more spells to draw from. We haven't met Telemac yet in this story. So it's like Harry Potter and Pokemon? Wait, what? No. What do you mean? No. I don't think so. In this, there are people who are born with just general magic power, or they can have automatically have a connection with a certain element. And the people who are born with connection to a certain element generally will specialize in that element. They do have the ability to try and learn general spells, but it's a lot more difficult and less natural. It just reminds you of them of Pokemon. I see what you're saying now. I guess you could think about it like that. They're more side characters, though. In the most recent chapter that just came out, it looks like Azarius is going to become a more prominent character, but Telemac, they're mostly side characters. The goal of this, the main character's goal is to become a mage. Because he was not born with magical ability. Technically every Pokemon is a side character? That is true. They're not trying to catch the sages though. Okay, so no one weighed in, so I'm going to go with Azarius. I want to like him. So far he's been cool. Yeah, I honestly couldn't imagine Azarius ever losing in a fair fight. Pah! Hadrick says, asking Barry is cheating. He's from the Western continent. Of course he'd root for Azarius. That's just not true, Darren says. I come from the Southern continent, but if someone were to ask me who would win in a fight between Azarius and the Sage of the South, I'd still pick Azarius, hands down. Fine, Hadrick says. Okay, I've got another one for you then. Who do you think would win in a duel between Eden and Araka? Didn't this fight already happen though? I say, during the still winter, I mean. I'm pretty sure that Eden ripped Araka to shreds the last time they fought. Well, from what I've heard, Hadrick says, the last time they fought it was Eden and the fox against Araka. So it was it was a 2-on-1 fight. Yeah, I say, but you're forgetting that Araka was also fused with some other Stillwater at the time. So it wasn't a 2-on-1 fight, it was a 2-on-2 fight. That's close enough to a duel for me. Like I said, Eden mopped the floor with Araka the last time they fought. You're so interested, I don't know why, this just usually isn't your thing. What do you mean? Like this type of story or being read to? It's a really cool story, and it is free on Android and iOS if you want to try it for yourself. I'm always interested in seeing what type of playthroughs people do. Well, I know that a lot of people just like listening to this because they like my voice for some reason. No one likes the sound of their own voice. But I really like this story. I'm glad that you're interested in it as well. And if you don't want to play it for yourself, but you would like to catch up on the story, I have all of my previous readings on YouTube. You like movies a lot more than reading? And yes, you know you're uncultured. I mean, in this day and age, having the attention span to read is a lot more uncommon than it used to be. So I'm not going to judge you for that. I used to read so much, and I'm really disappointed that my ADD has made it difficult for me to pay attention to books for long enough. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow! I appreciate you! But I have noticed that being read to is different than trying to read on my own. Especially when I'm able to interact. Hey, Araka says, hey, what the hell are you talking about? Nobody mopped the floor with anyone, and Therius doesn't count. He was a weakling. You can't even compare him with the Golden Fox, let alone Eden. Yeah, right, I say. If he was such a weakling, then how come you weren't even able to take over his body properly during your awakening? My son does not have ADD, Pedro Pascal. I don't get the reference, I'm sorry. I am also uncultured. That has nothing to do with power, you idiot, Araka says. Didn't your friend tell you about ethereals? The guy had an overwhelming advantage when we were fighting in his own mind. In a fair fight, I would have annihilated him, and the same goes for Eden. Uh-huh, I say. You say that, but you still lost against him in the still winter. That's because Eden uses tricks, Araka says. In terms of raw power, I'm way stronger than him. Who cares if you're technically stronger than him? I say. Fighting isn't just about strength. You also need to know how to use it. This isn't about him being more skilled than me, you moron. Araka says. I'm saying that he's cheating. He isn't using magic the way you're supposed to. What's that supposed to mean? I say. Forget it, Araka says. I'm not going to sit here and waste time explaining to you how magic works. Tell you what. Why don't you ask Eden directly what I meant? He's been standing there invisibly right next to you for the past 20 seconds, so I'm sure he doesn't have anything better to do at this time. As soon as Araka is done talking, Eden dismisses his invisibility spell while wearing his usual polite smile on his face with his eyes closed. You just won't let me have any fun, will you, Araka? Eden says. You feel like I could get a job with Audible, or if I were a bit louder, I could be a pretty good voice actor? Well, I'm trying to be quiet and soothing right now, but my voice does not get loud. I wouldn't mind trying to do that, but I can't do accents to save my life. And I feel like that's necessary. But I really appreciate you saying that. That means a lot. Thank you. I've been doing my best to get better at reading out loud. It was pretty rough at the beginning, I think. Again? Darren asks Eden. Good gods, what will it take for you to stop stalking us? There's no need to be so rude, Eden says, especially when I came all the way here only to congratulate you on your magnificent performance in the arena. Uh-huh, Hadrick says, not looking very convinced. You sure that's the only reason you came here? Okay, Southern Belle was pretty dope. Okay, that's only when I'm drunk. I can only do Southern Belle while I'm drunk. And then I tried reading while I was drunk and it didn't work, so. You fell asleep and woke up to this stream? Well, good morning. I hope you had a nice nap. Uh-huh, Patrick says, not looking very convinced. You sure that's the only reason why you came here? See, Hadrick is supposed to have like a Scottish accent, but I can't do it. Now that you mention it, there was another reason, Eden says. You see, I couldn't help but notice that the direction in which you've been heading since you left the arena leads directly to the castle of Thilius. You wouldn't happen to be going there because King Golmick gave you some sort of a mission, would you? What are you talking about? Darren says, feigning ignorance. We're only going to the palace to get some papers. Oh? Eden says, his tone suggesting that he doesn't believe Darren at all. Well, in either case, I just wanted to let you know that if the king happens to give you a mission in some way tied to the well-being of the citizens of Thilius, you shouldn't really bother to complete it. Oh, so that's the power of my voice. Fell asleep instantly. Why not? Darren says. Because the city of Thilius will not be around for much longer, Eden says, and neither will any of the other cities in Varathia for that matter. Wait, what? Darren says, but he's having trouble continuing his sentence. What are you saying? I'm saying that shortly before the end of this tournament, Eden says, there will be a calamity of such proportions that it will completely eradicate every single city on this island at the same time. And you're telling me this? And you're telling me that you're just going to stand idly by and watch it happen? Darren says. Darren asks, shocked. What's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to be the creator of this continent? Actually, that's a common misconception, Eden says. While the people of this land may call me the creator, the island of Varathia has been around for much longer than my lifespan. The only reason why the people started calling me the creator all those years ago was because they wanted someone to replace the old creator to symbolize the beginning of a new age. And they chose me to take this role because I was practically the founder of the new civilization that came after the Still Winter, together with the Golden Fox. Oh, and I think you might have simply slightly misunderstood what I said earlier. I will by no means stand idly by while this calamity occurs. In fact, the eradication of these cities will happen as a direct result of my own actions. You bastard! Darren says with his eyes full of hatred. I'm not going to let you do this. Why, Darren, Eden says, I thought that you, of all people, would have every reason to be happy due to this turn of events. Weren't you the one that told me that as long as you never give up, you can find a way to save everyone? Well, I've found a way. A way to save all of them from their misery. I assure you that a quick death would be a much better fate than most of these people deserve. And as for the rest... Oh, shut up. I interrupt Eden. Pardon? Eden asks me. I've had it with your crap, I say. You're acting like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Whenever something doesn't go your way, you break all of the toys and make a mess of the playground, leaving the adults to clean up after you. You did the same thing with Ulmnar. Was blowing up a city your standard solution? Is blowing up a city your standard solution to everything? Every one of my friends, including Darren, are looking way too shocked at my sudden outburst to be able to say anything, and they're all just staring at me in disbelief. Eden is also looking directly at me, with his eyes closed, but his smile is now gone from his face. What are you getting at? Eden asks me calmly. I'm saying, I say, that there is no way you can just build an entire civilization like that almost by yourself, and then in the span of only a few hundred years, you simply stop caring about what happens to any of these people and you kill them off like it's nothing. This is just you refusing to admit your own mistakes. You failed. You had all the power in the world and you still couldn't achieve what you wanted. And instead of manning up and trying to fix things, what do? You just sweep it all under the rug and as if none of this was your fault, and then you decide to end everything by your own hand as if that would somehow make it better. Stop this already. You are only making a fool of yourself. I've heard just about enough of this, Eden says in a dismissive tone. You speak without even knowing the situation in which the other cities are in. Do you think that slavery and arenas are the real problems of Varathia? You have no idea what's going on in the other kingdoms. The levels to which some of these people have stooped are much lower than what you could ever imagine. So what? I say. Aren't you their leader? Isn't it the leader's job to make sure that his people don't go down the wrong path? How did you even manage to let it come to this? Did you just leave them all to organize themselves without even the least bit of intervention? Hell, even I would have done a better job at keeping things under control, and I know nothing about politics. You're saying that you could have prevented this if you had my powers? Eden says. You, who could not even deliver a simple message? No, I say. I'm saying that I could have prevented this even if I had no powers at all. You, on the other hand, had all the powers you needed, but all you managed to do was make things worse. What was the deal with Almnar, anyway? Did you think that by destroying that city, the fox would forgive you? Is that what you thought? Don't make me laugh. If you're seeking forgiveness, then how about you start by fixing everything you broke and not being such a damn coward? Once I finish my sentence, Eden frowns, and all of a sudden, everything around me freezes, just like that time when I first fought the dragon. He then starts slowly walking towards me while everyone except the two of us is frozen in place. He's looking pretty pissed. Try to break the time freezing spell by stepping out of its range, stand my ground, and do not avert my eyes from Eden. I'm inclined to go with this one, but yeah. If anyone would like to pick the other option, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will be picking the second option in about a minute. Yeah. Okay. I feel like this is the smart option anyway. Eden's shown that he can stop people from moving. I decide to stand my ground and look Eden straight in the eyes as he approaches me. When he gets about a foot away from me, he stops and he opens his eyes, looking at me with a very dark expression on his face. You know, Eden says, it's been a very long time since someone's made me this angry. I'll have to hand it to you, Barry. You have a very unique talent at pushing people's buttons. Tell me, do you enjoy risking death with every possible opportunity? Do you really want to die that much? You're not going to kill me, I say. Why not? Eden says. Because deep down, you know I'm right, I say. Everything I said about you was true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten so pissed off about it. Killing me now would only serve to prove my point. And that's the last thing you want. You really do like to play with fire, don't you? Eden says. I think what makes me the angriest is the fact that you actually believe what you're saying. You actually believe that you would have been able to accomplish the impossible, to change human nature without even having access to any of my powers. Just what exactly is it that you are basing these claims on? I wonder. I'm basing them, I say, on the fact that I've already been trying to accomplish the impossible for the better part of my life. And unlike you, I've never even thought about giving up. I mean, look at me, damn it. Look at where I am. Who would be stupid or stubborn enough to go so far just for the sake of some childhood dream? And yet, here I am. I pause for a few seconds before I continue, but I keep looking Eden straight in the eyes during this time. I don't care about human nature, I say, and even after seeing how the people here are perfectly okay with other human beings getting treated like cattle, and after seeing how they consider people dying in the arena to be a form of entertainment, I think I've seen enough to know that things here need to change. And if you're no longer going to do it, then I will. I don't care if I have the power to do it or not. I will do it. I'm going to do everything that you couldn't do despite your immense powers, and then I'm going to come back and shove it all in your face. While I was talking, some of the anger has slowly vanished from Eden's eyes, and he now looks a bit calmer than before. I notice that he's been stretching his right arm to the side every once in a while. Ever since he stopped in front of me, but I have no idea for what reason. One of the benefits of being very good at reading auras, Eden says, is that you can tell at every point during a conversation not only if a person is lying, but also if they are hesitating in some way. From the fluctuations in their aura, the fact that you were neither lying nor being hesitant at any point during your speech just now is something that I find truly fascinating. Eden takes a few moments to consider his next words while he stretches his right arm to the side once more. Here's what I'm going to do, he says, as he closes his eyes again and he slowly and he slowly starts to walk back and forth over a distance of a few feet. Whether you want to or not, this tournament is going to require you visit a certain number of cities. You already know that you'll be visiting Galamir, and since you've met Melindra, I'm going to assume that you'll also be visiting Allendor soon enough. There may also be other cities depending on what the tournament's organizers prepare for the next rounds. I'm going to be monitoring your activity in these cities from afar to see how much you can manage to change in the short time you'll have at your disposal. If you will stay true to your words from earlier, and you will indeed make radical changes through your own powers, then I will personally give you the power required to stop the calamity that is threatening these cities. And afterwards, I will leave you to shape the fate of these kingdoms in whatever way you see fit. If this unlikely scenario truly comes to pass, then I will— By the gods! I shout, interrupting him. Arako is right! I can't believe it! You really are cheating! I beg your pardon? Eden says. I just realized why you've been stretching your right arm every so often since you cast the time freezing spell, I say, and also why you've been walking back and forth for the past 30 seconds. It's because of the warning message, isn't it? I also had access to that same time freezing spell back when you powered up my stat device, so I still remember how it works. You're not allowed to move more than a few feet from your original position, so if any part of your body goes over a certain boundary, you're going to get a warning message telling you that if you don't retreat in the next 10 seconds, your spell will get cancelled. And what makes you think that triggering this warning helps me in any way? Eden asks me. It helps you, I say, because whoever designed that spell never bothered to take the actual warnings into account when calculating the duration. As long as you don't go too far beyond the boundary, and you retreat at the end of the 10-second countdown, you can practically add 10 seconds to the duration of the spell every time you do this. And since the time limit of the spell has been added by design due to safety reasons and not due to technical limitations, you could probably lengthen the duration of the spell almost indefinitely if you're confident enough that you can keep it under control. So that's what Araka and Tyreth have been talking about all this time, when they said you were using tricks. It's not that you don't need to obey the laws of magic because you're too powerful. You're just taking advantage of technicalities to get around the rules, and you make it seem as if it was thanks to your power all along. You're using loopholes. While I do commend you for figuring this all out by yourself, Eden says, I really don't see how this could possibly help you with— It was the same with Darren, wasn't it? I say. That time when you put him to sleep despite all of his protections was also because you exploited some technicality, and not because your spell ignored the laws of magic. Oh? Eden asks while raising his eyebrows with his eyes closed. And what technicality might that be? After pausing for a few seconds to think, the answer suddenly comes to me, as if it were clear as the light of day. Protection overload, I say, and I see Eden's expression change a bit, even with his eyes closed. That's it, isn't it? I heard that this only happens to very skilled mages that go overboard with casting protections on themselves, without taking into account that some of those spells might actually do more harm than good, because they are in conflict with each other. If you're not careful, you could end up generating small openings in your defense that could easily be exploited by someone that is skilled at reading the flow of auras. I could totally see Darren making a mistake like this. Extraordinary, Eden says with his smile back on his face. I've used that trick countless times against many formidable foes in the past, and yet nobody has managed to figure it out until now. However, I still do not see how this will help you and your group if you were ever to fight me seriously. Leaving aside the fact that I've had hundreds of years to learn all of these technicalities, even if you manage to learn them all, my level of magical power still dwarfs that of most beings on this island, with very few exceptions. I would say that you are not in a better situation now than you were when you first met me on the second day of the tournament. Yes, I am, I say, because now I know that you're not invincible. If you needed to learn these tricks, then it means that your power alone was not enough to help you win all of your battles. It means that you have weaknesses, and if you have weaknesses, you can be defeated. Eden laughs. So you aim not only to achieve what I couldn't accomplish in a lifetime, he says, but also to eventually defeat me in an actual battle. And here I was thinking that I wouldn't have anything interesting to do until the end of this tournament. He pauses. Very well, Eden says. In that case, I'll be looking forward to your progress. And I will also be monitoring your activity within I will also be monitoring your activity within the cities, as I said earlier. Now then, would you happen to have any more questions before I take my leave? Just one, I say. What is the Magium? Eden grins. You weren't seriously expecting an answer to that question so easily, were you? He says. No, I say, but it was worth a shot. Eden gives me one last smile with his eyes closed, and then he teleports out of my sight. As soon as he disappears, the time-freezing spell gets cancelled, and my friends begin to look around themselves, confused, trying to figure out where Eden went. So Eden is gone, Darren says after a while, and Barry is the only one that doesn't seem surprised by this sudden turn of events. Is there anything that you might want to tell us, Barry? Darren, I say, I'm certain that you have many questions, and I'll be sure to answer them in a bit, but first I'm going to need you to do something for me. What's that? Darren asks. Pull out a pen and paper from your backpack, I say, and write all of the protection spells you had to cast on yourself on your second day of Varathia. We've got work to do. Woo! No, I don't need to do these. And I'm not even paranoid anymore. It's my OCD. Make sure it works. Okay. Alright, well, we finished chapter 6, so moving on to chapter 7 next time. I hope that all of y'all enjoyed that. What's going on here? Sorry, I'm getting very spacey now, in case y'all didn't notice. Once again, this was Magium. It's a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app that's free on both Android and iOS. If you guys are interested in the story, I highly recommend you download it for yourself. If you guys don't want to play it for yourself, all of my previous readings, including this one, will be uploaded to YouTube in a Magium playlist. I'm getting very sleepy, so I'm just going to end both the stream and the recording here. I hope you all are wonderful, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, or night, or whatever it is, wherever you are. And I'm going to sleep now, so good night, everyone. Thank you.